Bow, 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 bow. Banana now. Banana now, now. Bow now. Bow now, now, now. Testing, testing, testing. How do I sound? Testing, testing, testing. Test, test, test. How do I sound? Test, test, test. How do I sound? Is my voice all pitched or bad? It says it sounds good. What does this image mean? It means what you think it means. Colonel, I'm trying to do a deep-level technical analysis, but MGS3's costumes are too baggy to measure the stair-stepping on the curvature of Snake's ass. Hello, and welcome to another exciting installment of the Super Bunny Hop Super Fundraising Sad Streams, where I will be playing Metal Gear games in weird ways in front of a weird audience and saying weird things in order to shamelessly beg for money in order to very respectably and nobly and desperately pay for my elderly mother who is getting old. We got somewhere between like $4,000 and $5,000 total expenses coming up for the moving fees are going to be $500, and the first months of rent is something like 300 something that we gotta save up and put forth towards. But in case you haven't noticed, for this chunk of my life, I'm having to spend about a few $100 more to up to $1,000 more per month. Taking care of my elderly mother, and it is wonderful that I get to play video games and share trivia and thoughts and analysis about them on my way through, and share the expertise and knowledge that I have gained from an education of learning how to document and journalize, and then a more armchair interest in pedagogical theories and literature critical analysis theories to do fun literature readings of video games. Anyways, let's get cracking back into this thing and turn the sound on. When we last left off, I believe my save game is going to be one of these top 3. It might actually be number 4. We're about to fight Psycho Mantis. No, we just finished fighting Cyborg Ninja and called Meryl and heard Psycho Mantis music in the background. This is definitely not it. One way to be able to tell for sure is that the guard placements aren't going to be exactly what they would have been in the normal game, but I sure don't want to go look at a VOD of me saving the game, because it doesn't display an overlay on the screen of how how the MGS1 PC port renders the menus doesn't come through on streaming software. It's another very weird thing. But anyways, maybe it's the fourth one. It's definitely not this one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Underground Base 3 D16E. What does D16E mean? Okay, it's not that. Underground Base sure does describe a lot of this game, but it's definitely not Underground Base 3 D16E. Is it gonna be... Oh, it's definitely not Underground Base 1A. It's not Cargo Elevator E. It's not Snowfield B. It's not Comm Tower BC. It's not Roof Comm Tower H. Oh my gosh, I have so many save games. But I believe it's gonna be on the top of my list. Yeah. Okay, by process of elimination, the only one of these save games that looks like... it's from the point of the story I left off at is this one at the top of the list, where we hear the Psycho Mantis music, and I don't remember finding Meryl and talking to her in the bathroom, but I do remember hearing Meryl getting shot at by the guards and having the mind control music play in the background.
You're worried about Meryl?
Not exactly. It's just that she's holding the detonation code override keys. They're our last chance of stopping that nuclear launch.
You're a cold man.
How fast can you beat Metal Gear Solid 1, George? It's like is it like burned into your muscle memory? I don't know, I've never done a speedrunning analysis. I've never done a speedrunning attempt.
I want you to find Meryl as soon as possible. I understand.
I've never really found speedrunning these games as much fun as goofy running these games. Yeah, I like to play goofy. I don't necessarily like to play fast. Right now I like to farm up my rations. So we learned... Ah! I was just about to say that we learned last time to... 3 guards came out of the door! That we learned last time to always crouch in front of that door because there's a little chest-high wall that you can hide behind that might be blocking your silhouette from getting spotted by the guard there, but that doesn't work. What we really learned last time is to always use your ears before entering that door. I think I got a first person it, yeah. Okay, I think I heard him go from right to left that time. Okay, that's Meryl on the left right now, getting closer. Now she's walking around to the other side to the right. She's going in a counterclockwise pattern. I think I can peek now. Nope. I forgot if I asked, but if you could host a panel for MGS1... Oh my gosh! What topic do you think you'd cover? Either some kind of literature analysis topic, but either some kind of literature analysis topic in which I use the Northrop Frye metaphorical reading analysis method to either dig into... Oh no. Okay, now she's going to the bathroom, but I think that frees up the room for me to pilfer all of the supplies in here. Yeah, I would want to have... I feel like I'd have a lot of fun doing an essay about, the ancient archetypical themes being addressed by Metal Gear in terms of some like Joseph Campbellian hero's journey style historical readings of the game, but way better because I found way better materials.
Don't move.
Don't move. Or I accidentally skipped. Or some more an essay doing a more psychological reading about the game, particularly with regards to issues of characters thinking but not saying thoughts out loud about masculinity and fatherhood. Talking about the daddy issues going on between Snake and Big Boss, and Ocelot and Big Boss, and also gender and sex issues going on between your main character and the love interests who keep showing up is stuff that I don't think enough people have gotten into that really show the impressive amount of genius that went into these games.
I don't like to waste bullets.
Got it. I'll be careful.
You just realized we could do it? You just know.
No, I don't use makeup the way other women do. I hardly ever look at myself in the mirror. I've always despised that kind of woman. I always dreamed of becoming a soldier. But I was
Yeah, like Ocelot seeing Big Boss as a sort of surrogate father figure, yes. Never thought of it that way before beyond his admiration for BB. Yeah, Ocelot falls in love with Big Boss, this much is sure, but whether or not it's like a sexual or romantic love is so far somewhat out of the question as far as explicit acknowledgement goes compared to a surrogate father figure kind of familial love. Yeah, so there is the very strongly implied, almost canonized implication that Ocelot is the boss's son. This might have actually been fully confirmed in some obscure piece of merchandise outside of the main games. But Big Boss showing up around the same time that Ocelot is sort of coming of age and having an accidental reunion with the sort of surrogate father figure who might not necessarily be the biological father, but might accidentally stumble his way into a sort of patriarchal role model idealist figure. Father figure not in the modern Western nuclear family way, but father figure is in a more ancient, older, non-Western way, where your father may not have been around during your childhood, but the archetypical, like, kingly prince type father figure in the ancient legends is someone whose memories of heroic deeds on the battlefield, someone whose memories are utilized as a way to validate someo's identity. So, like,
I know this place better than you.
yeah, it seems like there's a very, very clear father-son, not very, very clear, very convincing, but pretty thickly veiled subtext going on between Ocelot's interpretation of his relationship with Snake. Whether or not it's hard confirmed, I don't think is as important as what is going on in the characters' heads and what they're thinking, which is why I would want to call that panel, and the essay that I would write and deliver in a panel format, as doing a more psychological reading of the game, trying to figure out what the characters are subconsciously thinking and not fully aware that they're doing that thinking about it. Like, Solid Snake's gonna be pondering real hard about masculine roles of protectiveness over women after Meryl gets shot up and before Meryl gets revealed. It's a topic on his mind that keeps coming up in conversations. And he doesn't start the topic. It's not like part of his consciousness, but it totally is floating around in there after these scenes. Ocelot is the son of the boss and the sorrow. I feel like that's explicit. It's implicit. It might be explicit in some external materials, but as far as the game is internally concerned, it's just implications, not confirmations.
The commander is waiting.
Sorry for breaking a moment in the action to take a taco bite. How is it that the soundscape of the game more awkwardly slows down into quietness during gameplay and not cutscenes? Why did I take my bite of food during the part of the game where I'm supposed to hold the controller and interact, instead of the part where I sit back and watch?
What the?
Do you like me? Hold me, Snake.
What's wrong?
Oh, hurry, hurry.
I think she actually says Sorrow is the father, yeah. She does say that her and the Sorrow were a thing, and that they made a baby, and the timeline matches up with Ocelot.
Don't use your weapon.
It's not explicit, though.
He's controlling Meryl. That tune is his mind control music.
Don't use your weapon. Try to knock her out.
The other thing, I don't know, an other thing for consideration that I might not... I didn't know that you had to run around and move. Another thing to keep in mind regarding this mythological archetype of a father figure as opposed to a modern realistic archetype of a father figure is that the father figure being distant and legendary and a demigod is also a recurring thing as well. It doesn't necessarily have to be the biological father, and there are a lot of cases where biological fathers are rejected for adoptive fathers or surrogate fathers. Alexander the Great, did not like his father and would later on claim that actually he was really the child of Zeus who had an affair with his mother, and yeah, the Jesus story too digs into this thing about how God being Jesus's father is definitely way more of a stronger connection than Joseph being Jesus's father. Okay, let's just throw it right in her direction. She missed that time.
Useless woman. Optic camouflage, huh? I hope that's not your only trick.
Yeah, there's a recurring topic in Metal Gear with the blurred lines between familial, antagonistic, and romantic. Yes, yes. I would have a blast doing extended writing on this stuff.
Psychokinesis and telepathy in the world. No, there's no need for words, Snake.
The blurred lines between romantic are very obvious. Every game sets your masculine, manly, virile hero in his fertile years, who oh, maybe not so much in V, but there's always a love interest. There's always some kind of a very, very compatible babe that the game sets Snake up with, who will become somewhat of an unrequited love interest. And even in the case where the closest they come between Eva and Naked Snake, there's still a betrayal at the end where any kind of implied longer relationship is definitely not going to end up happening. When it comes to familial, this is very, very apparent with Solid Snake's relationship with the boss, where she is a mother figure, but not really, and also not enough of a mother figure to prevent him from killing her as part of a mission, but enough of a mother figure for it to completely tear him apart and traumatize him and break his understanding of reality. And whether or not Big Boss is a father figure to Solid Snake is also another case where these blurred lines between how the intimacy of their relationship is really supposed to look comes up again, where it's not actually spoken in the game of Metal Gear 2 that it is his father. It's a retcon that comes about in the later scenes, but he's a father in the sense that he's the biological clone donor. He was not there. He did not provide, like, Big Boss ironically ended up being way more of a role model for Ocelot than he ended up being for Solid Snake, where in that case the father-son relationship that is more explicit is more dysfunctional. Yeah, he definitely does not like Big Boss, does not want to repeat Big Boss's problems and pass them on to the next generation, but still feels this frustrating resemblance between the two that keeps coming up again and again and again that he does not like being reminded of. I suppose a sort of similar uncertainty with Eva's relationship to Solid Snake being a weird, not mother figure, but kinda mother figure in Metal Gear Solid 4. So what was the other category? There was familial, romantic, and another one, I don't know if this was on the list that's proposal, but I definitely want to bring it up, is like camaraderie. Whether or not you're an ally or a foe, and whether or not the politics are providing the answer to that question is a theme that keeps coming up again. Yes, look at this. So we can now say with confidence that Metal Gear Solid as a series rather than installments is like a family saga about the uncertainties, the fallbacks of getting too close to family figures who can just as easily become enemies. But yeah, a recurring theme is a blurred intimacy of relationship with comrades and allies and your fellow soldiers. Gray Fox is the archetypical case of a former soldier who ends up getting employed by the former ally who ends up employed on the other side of battle, and I actually need a ration. I'm gonna have to do this boss battle without taking any... I'm gonna have to do this boss battle without taking 2 hits. I think I can do it, but I should have thought about that before coming in here, shouldn't I? Wait a second, let me look at my low tank hangar B, snowfield B or C. Okay, I'm sorry, I saw the letters at the end of my save games, and I wanted to make sure that I'm on the alternate run instead of the original run. If I fail, I'm gonna give my save games another list. But yeah, the boss is an ally who turns enemies because of politics. Gray Fox is an ally who turns enemy. I think comrade is a better word because, like the Iliad, this is another theme that Metal Gear Solid stories share with the Iliad, is like exploring the tragedy of a soldier who has to witness their comrades die. Really shitty, grisly deaths at that, too. Not exactly in the hospital surrounded by loved ones. Is one of these timeless, archetypical, classical themes that they're exploring, and that's going to be coming up with the uncertainty of intimacy. The uncertainty of intimacies with relationships with your potential allies, who are also occasionally enemies. Metal Gear Delta looks amazing, but I've committed to not buying video games this year, so it's a 2025 when it goes on sale for me. Yeah, that's the way you're supposed to do it. Unfortunately, Metal Gear Solid Delta will have to sell a hell of a lot for them to make more remakes and bring it back, but if it does not sell well and they don't end up making more remakes and not bringing it back, I think I can live with that too. It's not been particularly life-threatening of a situation of not playing a new Metal Gear game for the past 10 years. I'm gonna take the mask off even further and say that not having a new Metal Gear game come out for 10 years is gotta be one of the most petty non-issues for someone to be dealing with in their life. If that's the worst you're dealing with, then come on and get real. Yeah, I would encourage all of my fans and viewers to buy games on sale a year after launch, despite the the economic setbacks at play. Yay, ration! Only... Only buy a game at full price on launch if you are super prepared for consequences. First of all, if you truly and honestly, by all objective measures, can spend that money to no consequences whatsoever, which is not going to be the case for me and a lot. And secondly, if it's the case where you know for sure that your purchase is not going to be, or more accurately, if millions of other people's collective purchases together will not be supporting bad practices you don't want to see the most of. Do not buy a game out of curiosity that's new on launch without a lot of documentation. Do not buy one either for, like, mockery or hate purchases to make videos making fun of it. Don't support that shit. Yay, another ration. That should make the boss battle way easier. I think Meryl's the only one left in here. Bramp! Or if you know someone who works at the company... No, not even... You could just tell them you bought the game. It's just a white lie to get you out of that social situation. Take an elevator ride and save to secure this ration. I agree. I definitely don't want to be riding the elevator up and down over and over and over again, farming rations like last time. If you need more health, Vulcan Raven's family feed bag is outside in the snowfield, located inside an old destroyed tank. Well, is it going to be on extreme mode? Because I'm playing on a difficulty mode that deletes a lot of rations from the ground. Being a patient gamer is great. Yes, it really is. Supply route, escape route. Okay, nuke building, B1A, that's gotta be it, right? Yes, yes it is. It is... I feel strongly about this. It is the actual superior way to game. You play games at a cheaper price point with less technical headaches. With also a more, like, interesting body of reviews and discussion and writing having already been published. You're taking less risks by gambling on that. You get to wait for the bugs to be fixed, yes. I feel like you're also able to better, brother. I feel like the retrospect also helps make better, fairer judgments. You aren't gonna get caught up in the hype of the moment and, spoiling a potentially good time by trying to participate in a public discourse that is ultimately some pretty meaningless, small-scale, petty stuff that is better left ignored until you actually have the money to spend on the games and the bugs have been patched up. I don't think I need to get any of this stuff. I just... Okay, I guess I did need to get the bullets, but I feel like I just ran through here and did not use any of the items I picked up. The bullets will be useful for the boss.
Don't move. Okay, let's go. I know this
There was a
doesn't
weird
matter.
pause before she said okay, and for a second I thought the game might have crashed. She just looked at the camera for a good solid 2-second gap of silence and just said,
There's no guard.
okay!
What happened to the music?
I'll keep a lookout.
You mean it
Make
wasn't...
sure you're ready, okay?
It was teleological music? You mean I wasn't just hearing that in the player's head?
Come on, Mr. Foxhound. The commander is waiting.
Creepiest room in all of gaming? I don't know. The invisible water monster in Amnesia is pretty close. I'm also finding that doing a Dark Souls claw grip on the controller is helping me with the run and shoot button business better. Oh, I can also put my ration on now, and I can afford to take more than a few hits this time. I recall there being a final phase at the end of the boss fight where he does this teleport ball throwing thing for a very long time, and it getting pretty frustrating, and I hope I don't have as hard a time with that again. Okay. I feel like I've gotten worse at this game since the first time. No, I can't crouch underneath those.
Why couldn't I read your mind?
Psycho Mantis's animation here looks kinda garbo. Oh, thank God, famous bullets. I'd rather use that. Also, the melee is fast and reliable, but it was just doing slivers of chip damage.
Stand right where he can see you and blow your brains out.
Stop! Meryl!
No! It cannot be! No!
Ah. Those grenades were more dangerous for me than they were for him. Okay, he just makes them explode right in my face. I gotta use bullets. Gah! I got caught on the corner of that table there.
My head.
Come on, Mr. Foxhound. The commander is waiting.
I'm wondering if I might have something to gain from turning the post-processing stealth effect off. Maybe I'll be performing better in the boss fight with less of a dip in my frame rate from that thing. Okay, so I remember the trick is to slip... Ah! Is to slip inside and start punching him. The crouch button being the run and gun button is providing me quite a few moments of utterly inexcusable messes. What's he saying? Chuck? Chug. 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 Maybe he says that because he chucks things at you. Every time he chucks something at you, he goes, Chuck! Chuck!
Meryl, stand right where he can see you and blow your brains out.
Shug.
Stop! Meryl!
Chuck!
Cannot be! No!
Boom, boom. So I gotta hit him with a bullet at some point when he shows up for a split second to throw a ball at you. If I try shooting him before he throws, I might have better luck. Also, I feel like the thermals might be helpful for his for his camouflage. Come on, oh yeah. He's not totally disappearing. Awesome. How did I forget that? Did I forget that? Did I not even know it? Oh, this is great. This is great. I got him locked down. I don't even mind if I'll lose this run. I'm having fun. No! Oh, that was close. Brum bum bum. Okay, I'm pretty sure I got it this time. I came so close last time and it didn't seem like a particularly tough battle. Now that I've got my, now that I've got the repetitions and the rhythms rememorized.
My head. Come on, Mr. Foxhound. The commander is waiting.
Yeah, just noticing this now, but goddamn, that reflection lighting on the marble floor effect is nuts for the PS1. One thing that we have lost from going from away from the overhead cameras is how pointing the camera at a floor is always a huge performance gain. If you're playing a first-person shooter and dealing with this segment where you have a bad frame rate spike, if you just keep your character looking at the floor, you'll gain a lot more frames. Reflecting the scene, rendering it twice in the reflection like that, is something they might not have been able to do if the game was played from a more horizontal camera angle instead of a top-down one. But it's also an effect that's gone away in general until ray tracing, and yeah. It's all I can look at now. Okay, so what did we learn last time? Thermal goggles plus melees.
I've got it. Use the controller port.
Yeah, I know. This is my third attempt out of muscle memory, not learning on a harder difficulty mode. I'm not doing it for the first time, Colonel. Use the controller port. Press the select button on your PlayStation controller. Chuck.
Why couldn't I read your mind?
I can still punch him even while he's doing this thing.
Powerful indeed, but I know your weak points.
I like how he puts the stuff back correctly on the wall. Yeah.
Throw your brains out.
Stop! Meryl!
No, it cannot be. No.
Oh yeah, I got him this time. If I only just now hit the ration part of my health bar. Also, is it just me, or does he do more melee damage on the kick than the punch, but that requires timing up your iframes? There we go.
Colonel, your niece is going to be okay.
Thanks, Snake. I owe you one.
Now that Mantis is beaten, Meryl's brainwashing should wear off, right, Naomi?
Yes. But why did you go so far out of your way to save her? For Campbell's sake, or maybe it's because you like her?
I don't want to see any woman die right in front of me.
Yeah,
Really?
he's gonna think
Since when
about
did anybody's death bother you so much?
that real hard in a few
It's
minutes.
true that Snake has killed a lot of people, but that doesn't mean he doesn't have a heart.
It's okay, Colonel. She's right.
Look at this, they're actually foreshadowing what's about to happen.
So, you used the other. I wasn't able to read the future.
A strong man doesn't need to read the future. He makes his own.
Perhaps so, but I'll read yours.
Okay, so once again, whenever Meryl's around, we're specifically having lines about men and masculinity and women. We're having lines specifically about gender roles.
You have to go through that hidden door.
There's a chance he could be using the
Behind the bookcase.
the gender neutral man, but I think that might be a
Glaciers.
less obvious intended definition than him using that word specifically out of an implication for gender roles.
I can read people's minds. In my lifetime, I have
Also,
read the past
once again, we're gonna have
of thousands
daddy issue trauma come up. Psycho Mantis has a daddy issue father trauma subplot going on in his story as well.
Each mind that I peered
It's
into
such
was
good storytelling with how to have other these like very subtly
atavistic
um,
desire to pass on one seed.
subtly included mirror reflections of the character's psyche.
Every living thing on this
Like Psycho
planet
Mantis is
except for
reflecting a
mine
different
doesn't
way of
pass
dealing
on
with
that
Snake's
DNA.
problems than
We're designed that
what
way.
the player and the Snake are ultimately supposed to be empathizing with.
You are different. You're the same as us. We have no past.
Oh no, he's worse.
We live in the moment. That's our only purpose. Humans weren't designed to bring each other happiness. From the moment we're thrown into this world, we're fated to bring each other nothing but pain and misery. The first person whose mind I dove into
Here it
was
is.
my father's.
Think about
I saw
how
nothing but disgust and
similar
hatred for me in his heart.
this is to both Solid Snake's relationship with Big Boss and Big Boss's relationship with the Boss.
He despised me for it. I thought my father was going to kill me. That's when my future disappeared. I lost my past as well. When I came to, the village was engulfed in flames.
Are you saying that you burned your village down to bury your past?
I see that you have suffered the same trauma.
When does he say that Snake is worse?
We are truly the same, you and I. The world is a more interesting place with people like you in it. I never agreed with the boss's revolution. His dreams of world conquest do not interest me. I just wanted an excuse to kill as many people as I could.
You monster.
Let him talk. He doesn't have much time left.
I've seen true evil. You, Snake, you're just like the boss. No, you're worse. Compared to you, I'm not so bad. I read her mind as well.
Meryl's?
I saw you there. You have a large place in her heart.
A large place?
A large place.
Yes,
A large place?
but I do not know if your futures lie together.
So Snake's behavior
I have
for
last
the next 4 stories
What is it?
my mask.
might be pretty differently if Psycho Mantis hadn't have told him that.
Other people's
His concern over
way into my
what
mind.
he means to Meryl might not have been much of a such a big concern if
I want to be left
Psycho Mantis wasn't bringing it up here. It gives Snake a plausible reason to be pondering on that, or a plausible reason for that moment of like reflection happening,
If you want to find your future,
where the writer includes a reflection in the scenery, the character sees their reflection in it and starts doing some reflecting.
this is the first time I've ever used my power to help someone. It's strange. It feels kind of nice.
Let's go, Meryl.
This next
I'm sorry.
line reading
Meryl?
is real good stuff.
How
These
could I
next
let
lines,
Mantis
the
control
line
my mind
reading.
like that?
Let's see what
Don't
else is
doubt
going
yourself,
on.
I'll leave you here.
Because, like, Solid Snake really...
Never doubt yourself. Just let it make you stronger.
Oh,
Learn something.
Psycho Mantis reading
You're right.
Solid Snake's mind really pisses him
I'm
off.
sorry. I won't do it again. Snake, can I ask you something?
What?
About what Mantis said. I was just wondering.
What? What's the problem now?
The music even sells it in, his attitude changing.
So, tell me, Snake. What's your name? Your real name.
A name means nothing on the battlefield.
How old are you?
Old enough to know what death looks like.
Any family?
No, but I was raised by many people.
Yeah, he really doesn't want to talk about his past, but Mantis drug it back up and forced it.
You are all alone.
Forced this thing back up that he really doesn't want to be thinking about right now, but is gonna have to be thinking about.
I don't like to get involved.
You're a sad, lonely man.
Come on.
It's getting hyper defensive suddenly. I want to see if the ration guards... no, I don't have to. I know how to get back here without taking any damage. Which ending do you think you'll aim for? Meryl. The good ending. If only to show off my button mashing in the torture chamber skills again. Oh, and then again, like, I mean, it's not as traumatic a part of his past, but, yeah, Snake's, former character, his character is really getting explored here all of a sudden, and, he's getting hit by all these reminders of both his distant and his recent past. You, for this chunk of a game, get to know Snake more as a human character with a life outside of the game's story than you do throughout, than you have learned up to this point. And, paying special attention to that at all is unique for Kojima from the time period and totally delighted audiences in 1998 who had not been seeing games dive into the normal day-to-day lives of what the video game characters are supposed to look like off screen.
Could there be wolves in there? I'll take point. Snake, you follow me.
So let's see if stun grenades can get me through here more elegant than the melee can. Oh, you're welcome, Hood61. Thanks for bringing it up. Thanks for giving me thanks. I love the music for this section. Also, can I actually stealth around the wolves? No, I don't think I can. I'm also not making good on my stun grenade promise, because I actually had chaff grenades equipped that whole time. Wah! Okay, now what you do is you put a box on and you punch Meryl. Well, you punch Meryl, then put the box on.
I thought you were good with dogs.
Okay, the dogs won't... the dogs won't hurt me now as long as I wear the box. We're good. Yeah, so Snake gets really frustrated about having to be emotionally vulnerable in front of people, and then he gets really pissed off because of how,
Leave it to me.
it ends up butterflying into, like, Meryl going through the ultimate vulnerability of her, like, getting shot and potentially dying. Both the character and the player are on their first run through, or at least not going to be sure that she survives the wounds, but the unequal exchange of vulnerability really gets to Snake here.
So, what do you think? Pretty good, huh?
How did you know where the mines were?
It sounds weird, but when Mantis dove into my mind, I was able to see where the mines were placed. Are you impressed?
Well, a little bit.
Only a little?
Oh no, they're disappearing. I gotta hurry. The whole game is little micro challenges.
Meryl.
What is it?
No, the Jaws thing, darn happened. Darn.
Meryl, get down!
Now it's original music.
Snake, leave me and run.
Meryl.
I guess I am a rookie after all.
Don't worry, Meryl. It's me they want.
Even I know that. It's the oldest trick in the book. The sniper's using me for bait to lure you out.
Damn.
Shoot me, Snake.
No.
My gun.
No!
I can't reach it by myself.
Don't move.
I promised. I wouldn't slow you down. I can still help. I want to help you.
Quiet down. Save your strength.
I was a fool. I wanted to be a soldier.
Venus de Milo is asking, why are they remaking MGS3 when MGS1 is the game that really needs it and deserves it? Disagree, because look at this. This is still good. This is still excellent.
Go on living and don't.
This has not become obsoleted. The writing and the voice acting are still the gold standard. The graphics are doing a good enough job of depicting what they are supposed to represent while getting your mind's eye to imagine something way cooler than whatever high fidelity graphics could possibly render on the screen in front of you. More importantly, it's also visually elegant. Like, the shots are following traditional cinematographic methods. And MGS3 deserves a remake more because the controls are more complicated, and the controls in MGS1 are elegant and arcadey still. They haven't... The game's aged better than MGS3.
So, but Meryl can't hold out that long.
Snake.
But what if it had ray tracing? What if the camera was behind Snake's back and all these codec conversations were just playing in the background where you held up on the controller?
Communications tower, she can see you perfectly. It's the classic sniper's position. At that distance, you won't be able to hit her with a standard weapon either. You'll need a sniper rifle.
Colonel, take it easy. I'm gonna save Meryl no matter what it takes.
Okay. Thanks.
What's wrong, Naomi?
Nothing.
But maybe they want to remake the games in chronological order or something? I don't know. Yeah, weirdly enough, that's the official reason right now why they're starting with 3. I think there's an interview quote that said that we want to start with 3 because it is the origin of Big Boss. But it's also the fan favorite that's going to get the most attention and also get rung under the microscope the most, and also be a potentially, because there were less sales for MGS3 compared to 1, potentially less of a wound to twist the knife into if the remake turns out to be bad, which is still a possibility. Don't get complacent. I think I can use thermal goggles to see the mines. I didn't even need to follow her footprints. Yeah, they're right there. And I think I could just hug the right-hand wall and get out of here just fine. Oh god, she shoots Meryl while she's still on the ground? Okay, fine, jeez, I'll go. By the way, it turns out we could have just hugged the right-hand wall. I didn't know that Meryl would be begging you to leave. Oh boy, oh boy. We're about to hit what was, I think, the most interesting part of the game last time. The most interesting because this was... The backtracking, I think, is some of, the least favorite and most contentious parts for a lot of players' first runs. On your second run through, something about it just feels nice and comforting. There's this sense of place, a big traumatic, dramatic story event that we have to, and should be actually reflecting on over the next chunk of game. Like, it is very well-used backtracking. I could... Last time I went on and on and on about how of all the backtracking you can make your player do, this is probably the most just excusable, and I'll try to hold myself back from going down such a long rant again. Let me choke the urinal guard for a ration, but I'm not going to spend too much time focusing on the others. Last run through, Last run through, I also remember taking the fast travel trucks to get back to the armory for the PSG1, but this time I'm gonna walk. I know, but to give the story of MGS1 a better gameplay would be great. It's not worth the risk. The gameplay of MGS1 is fine. It's elegant, it's simple. I think it's held up very well. The gameplay... Okay, so fine. Maybe the only thing they could have added is a finer gradation to movement for your footsteps. Other than that, it's fine. The gameplay of MGS3 can get, and will get... I'll be a little more confident with my words. The gameplay of MGS3 is going to feel really unwieldy and cumbersome unless you super duper know that game well. It has all the same basic moves as a typical third-person, standardized, over-the-shoulder stealth action game nowadays does have, but everything is mapped to this control scheme that requires the holding down of at least one different button, potentially multiples, to do basic rules. And that's why it deserves a remake more than MGS1's more simple, streamlined, arcade style control scheme. Down, down. Down, down. Bow, bow. 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 Come on. Yeah, let's just restart this. So, meleeing guards from behind is something that is requiring a learned finesse of muscle memory that has evidently left me. For now, for tonight at least. Bow, bow. Camera looks so good. Okay, maybe I should stop relying on the melee moves. Maybe I should be using the gun to silently take out a moving target and only really be confidently approaching with melees when enemies are standing perfectly still. Meleeing a moving enemy is doable, it can happen, but it's not reliable. I haven't been able to reliably pull it off. There we go. I got it that time. I don't know why I felt the confidence to go against my own internally monologued instructions. In MGS3, PS2, PS3 pressure sensitivity is a big deal. The Bluepoint port to Xbox 360 did a perfectly fine job of solving that problem. I consider it a problem. I don't like the pressure sensitivity on your face buttons being a big deal. That game is pretty complicated, had a real sense of verisimilitude. But speaking of remakes, what did y'all think of that Resi 4 remake? A lack of interest in the Resi 4 remake is one of the most depressing things that hit me about my mindset and my mental health in the 2020s compared to earlier. The fact that I ended up, like, giving it a shot for a couple days. Me and a friend were playing it. We didn't get very far or finish it. The fact that I was playing the RE4 remake and was bored when it was getting very high reviews and is a remake of one of my favorite games of all time and wasn't doing anything particularly offensive or wrong was very depressing to me. And the conclusion that I'm working with so far is that I found it boring because it feels too much like a Last of Us or Splinter Cell style game and not enough like a unique game with its own identity. As far as making a good Last of Us Splinter Cell-like goes, it pulled it off. It was ticking the boxes, but I already have played games like that too many times for the novelty to remain. Okay, I also remember body armor being a big deal, but that's coming up later. That's after I get the level 6 keycard, right? It's in Hal's office. I believe it's behind a level 6 door. And I definitely want to get that body armor before doing the helicopter fight this time. RE4 remake is boring indeed, you were not wrong. Yeah, so this might be another case, once again, where being a patient gamer is better, where, without the hype, a lot of times, some games that aren't very good are... that are like, yeah, that are technically executed competently, but not interesting to play, not exciting, not feeling like something new, or they're not feeling like a new game, and the problems they're having you solve are not interesting problems to be solving in the power fantasy and limitations of the systems that they're imposing. Yeah, if the power fantasy is a well, it's like vanilla ice cream. It's a very, very good, technically competent. It's like water. They made a very good, clean glass of water. I like that analogy the best. I'm gonna be using that when talking about why AAA gaming these days doesn't excite me, even when it's a lot of remakes for things that are pandering to my generations of nostalgia, and the remakes are apparently being done well, and getting good reviews, and not offending anyone. It's like making a very good glass of water. No one's gonna get offended if you make a good, clean glass of water. It's good to have a good, clean glass of water. It's actually really important. You need it to live. You die if you don't have a decent, good, clean glass of water. Because it's just like the bare minimum of what we're supposed to be used to. The video game industry being able to produce an experience of Resident Evil 4-like quality is an exception that has felt like the norm. That might be what's going on here. George, did you enable... I'm in the shadow dimension? Wait, I missed... George, did you enable camouflage in real life? Oh yeah, I did! I'm in the shadow realm. Look at that. Let me just press the default button on my webcam again. Oh no, that made it even worse. There we go. I had to press the exposure button. Alright, I'm no longer in the Shadow Realm. I'm very much in the 90s. It is blue, and it's nighttime, and there are vertical lines behind me in the frame. I have exited the Shadow Realm and entered the realm of 90s action movie VHS covers. Doo-doo. 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 He's on my right. Boom, boom. Okay, now he's got his face in the wall in the corner there. You can tell by sound. You don't need the radar to know where they are. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. Yeah. Still screwed it up. Bump, 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 bump. Is it fine? Do I want to eat the alert here or restart? I want to restart. Bump, 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 bump.
What's wrong? Snake! Snake!
Nice, got a ration that time. I'm gonna use a different method for this guard here. I think there's enough distance for me to safely observe him from far away and just run in. Here we go, let's try it. And just run in from a long distance instead of trying to circle around the tank or cover. Just straight line, long distance. There we go, it worked. I still didn't like that I couldn't resist the temptation and tried grabbing a moving guard, neck snapping a moving guard. I didn't actually wait for him to be standing still. What's on the other side? Level 4. Okay, that level 4 door will have something new inside for me, I think. Oh, I can still lean while prone. Oh, this is some really interesting framing. Yeah, look at the left to right walk he's gonna do. Can I get him between the bars? Nah. Oh well. Okay, I think I'll have an opportunity here. He like looks out. Yeah, he looks to the left. Oh, but he's gonna hear me. I need to box. I remember. Yeah, I think I remember this guy. Ah, he spotted my box moving.
Where'd he go?
So, Metal Gear Solid 1's gameplay does not need to be remade. It's still elegant and fine because of a move like that. That looked really clean. It felt good to pull off. It also is just so fast that that whole move was just executed so fast with such clean simplicity that the conveyance of the game sells the concept to you immediately. I'm gonna check to see what's in this room and if any of this is worth a revisit, because I don't remember finding anything exciting upstairs, so I don't actually think I need to bother with going all the way back here. Yeah, what was in here? Was it just ammo? SOCOM bullet times 12. That's it? That's all that was up here. Alright, well, whatever. We'll clear out the guards on the ground floor and leave the guards living on the top floor. But there was something good in here. This guard is liable to drop a ration. He's an easy kill. Yeah, in conclusion, MGS1 does not need a remake. Normies need to be more open-minded. Yeah. Remake, no. Remaster, sure. Unless it's like a 1-by-1 remake. I also want to be playing Metal Gear Solid 1 from the top-down perspective with the original cameras. This is important. It's one of the few games from the PlayStation 1 era that I think actually does it elegantly enough on a level to appeal to super-duper casual players who will never play any other video game in their life. They'll still be able to play Metal Gear Solid 1 and enjoy what fixed camera angles on a PlayStation 1 game look like and how they sell you an extra layer of emotional resonance to the aesthetic language of the image on the screen without dealing with some of the headaches regarding clunky controls and the cameras hiding things out of the way that other PlayStation games doing this camera system have tried. So therefore, if they ever do remake Metal Gear Solid 1, I want a graphic remake and nothing else. I don't want the gameplay touched. I want to still see it from this angle. I want the guards to have the same kind of shitty 10-foot, 45-degree visibility. It is an elegant game in the same sense that Centipede and Pac-Man on arcade machines are elegant games. It is very Pac-Man, very close to Pac-Man, but like the speed of it and how implausible and unrealistic it looks because it moves so fast is, I think, really important for making the game as good as it has been remembered for being. And if you put the camera behind the character's back or add a whole lot more extra gameplay systems, or like I was even saying earlier, finer gradations of movement and reaction timing, the pacing of the game will slow down. Conveyance will be a harder issue. They won't do it, but what if they remake it like Tony Hawk 1+2 where it plays exactly the same but with modern graphics? Yeah. I mean, okay, but even then they can still screw up. Like, modern graphics isn't it's a surprisingly complicated problem where making sure that you can cleanly pick out the elements on the screen that you want the player to be seeing is something that doesn't get muddled over with the increased complexity of a modern scene over the retro one. It is very clear to see which walls on this scene Snake is going to be able to press into and which he can't. If this scene were updated, there might be like little pieces of trash on the ground. There might be shelves, pieces of clutter around the room. Whether or not Snake could press up against those to hide from the guard is something that would be a messier problem to show viewers. I did not grow up with Doom, but by God, that game is still elegant today, yeah. Yeah, with greater complexity of graphics comes a loss of elegance in graphics. Is the modern PSX look that's been mined by stuff by Signalis, Crow Country, and Bloodborne PSX. I think Half-Life plays well. Yeah, Half-Life is pretty standard. Why are we talking about Half-Life now? Okay, I got a guard on my left who's going to be less of a problem than... The guard on my left is still a problem. Okay, I think we got 3 guards in this area zone. Oh, crap. There's left, center, and right. Maybe not. Did they change them? Well, there's definitely right, and I think there's center. But where is left? I heard footsteps a little while ago. That's left, okay. Now, are the other 3 there as well?
What happened? Snake! Snake!
That guy's center. Also, I think they're fast. I think they greatly sped up the movement speed of these guards. Okay, new plan. I have an idea. We're going to use wall taps to get this guard off his post. Work our way from right to left, clear out the armory. But wall taps. Yeah, let me use wall taps and then SOCOM him when he has his back turned. What was that noise? Alright, now turn your back and then I'm going to SOCOM him. Yeah! Dun 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 dun. Can I SOCOM this guy? Ah, well, I'm gonna restart anyway because I don't want to eat the alert and I want to make sure that ration won't go to waste.
Snake?
What was that noise?
Oh, come on.
Answer me! Snake? Snake!
What was that noise?
One Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi, 4 Mississippi, 5 Mississippi, 6 Mississippi. Okay, that time he glanced at the north corridor before moving around again. It's north again both times. Okay, so if I approach from the south, I think I'll have a nice, good 6-second window to... Oh, that time he glanced to the south, alright. That's what I was trying to check to prevent. Okay, that time he checked to the north. Now, how predictable is this? North. That's 2 norths in a row. South. North, north, south. North. North, north, south, north. Playing this game without a radar is absolutely incredible. I'm doing a long-term pattern recognition, like a Dark Souls boss. It was like trying to figure out how to slip into one guard's position fast enough at the beginning of a fight so that I can make some more longer-term observances of a pattern. I am now able to... Okay, damn it. Maybe I need to hold that thought and work on the routine some more. Glad you're enjoying it, because this seems pretty tough. Oh, yeah, no, it's tough and it's great. Oh, no, you gotta understand. I love to sweat. The tougher, the better. I live for tough video games.
What was that noise?
South. God, he's so fast. Wait, I could do the same trick with him. I could tap on a wall and then shoot him when he has his back turned away from the spot I tapped at. Yeah. Alright, now there's one left. We got right, we got center, and now it's just left. Who's left? Let's see if he gives me 6 seconds. He looks a little slower. 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi, 4 Mississippi, 5 Mississippi, 6 Mississippi, 7 Mississippi, 8 Mississippi, 9 Mississippi, 10 Mississippi, 11 Mississippi. You can't have your back turned to the enemy for 11 seconds, my man. I can't believe that the next generation special forces have just absolutely shat the bed this hard. Okay, now we got lasers. I totally remember the PSG1 lasers being a pain in the ass. It's getting out of here that's the hard part. Yeah, first person mode on the PC version really saved the day. George, who would win in a fight, Genome Soldiers or Ocelot Unit Soldiers? Yeah, Ocelot Unit Soldiers are like way better. They sidestep, they react quicker, they don't give up the search. Whenever you fight Ocelot Soldiers, they're in a permanent alert phase that never goes away. They're like, something happened to the special forces of the world's training regimens to really just send all those special tactics and techniques down the toilet by now, because the Ocelot units are breaching and clearing circles around these genome guys. Is saying Mississippi an American way to estimate seconds? Yes. Is this explodable? No. That's a crack in the wall, not an explodable wall. What am I, crazy? Okay, who would win? Tengu Soldiers or Ocelot Unit? I still feel like Ocelot Unit represents the biggest spike in difficulty curve that you get when trying to fight soldiers through pure stealth, but when it comes to, like, numbers and bravado, I think you gotta give it to the Tengus. Right, okay, so, yeah, this one depends on what kind of a situation we're talking about. The Tengu soldiers would win from numbers, the Ocelot soldiers would win from tactics and strategy, so what kind of situation does the situation call for? Ocelots in Extreme are brutal, yeah, and that's how I'm basing my comparison here. They're very far more impressive than these genome guys who leave their backs turned to you for 11 seconds at a time. Okay, what is my window gonna be looking like for making an escape? 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi. 10 Tengu versus 5 Ocelots. Would that be an even fight, potentially? I think it depends on who has the element of surprise. Yeah, like if they're both staring at each other in a field, in broad daylight, in clear weather, in a fair one-on-one fight, I think 10 Tengu versus 5 Ocelots would just kill each other. It would cancel out to 0. If, depending on factors of terrain and time of day, and which side has the initiative, then it might be a little bit more of an interesting matchup. Okay, so snake versus snake versus snake versus snake versus a real snake versus Ocelot with the snake hand puppet versus... I think I'm also drawing a blank on what the Ocelot hand puppet did. Buying George a cool tactical watch so he can time things in real life. Little do you know that I can actually look at the timer on the streaming software at the bottom of the screen and sync my Mississippis up with an actual real-time feed of what 1 second looks like. So you know, saying Mississippi seconds might strike you as is an old-timey folksy way of counting it out, but really it's I'm augmenting the old-timey traditional methods with technology here. Yeah. The best of both worlds. Also, I just think I found a cool trick here. If you get to the top of a hill and shoot Nikita missiles, the elevation will help you take out these gun turrets that are posted like 6 to 8 feet high on top of these towers. Neat. Yeah, look at this. If I get to the peak of a hill, I'm like right on point. They're even playing a little audio cue to tell me what a cool guy I am for figuring out that neat trick with the Nikita missiles. I didn't know you could do that. It came naturally to me. I didn't have to look that up either. I just experimented and the experiment worked. MGS Remake will need a dedicated look at watch button. Well, yeah, see, I was talking earlier about how we don't need to change the gameplay of Metal Gear Solid because this has already been done, and that was the primary complaint, was that they should not have added first-person aiming. So if there's a button that allows you to pan the camera into Snake's eyeballs as he looks down at a wrist, GoldenEye style, then we'd have to talk about whether or not that breaks the carefully balanced stealth gameplay of the original. I want to try something. Oh no, I forgot. He's gonna duck under the... well, I guess I can't snipe the guards from here. There's also glass in the... on that overview there, so I couldn't Nikita missile out of that either. Oh yeah, they also turn my nanomachines on in this room, and I'm not allowed to shoot guns in this room anyway. Boom, boom. 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 Come on! There we go, third time's the charm. I had to hug the air around that guy a couple times before finally getting the hug right, but I got it. I'm also going through my cherished and proud route through this room here, where I clear it out counterclockwise and then reverse my way back around clockwise again to kill the last guard from underneath without using any supplies to do it all. All 3 of these guards will be a good opportunity to try and get a ration. Come on, come on. A guy is supposed to... There he is. Also, is it just me, or is the lighting on this guy way better than it should be? Oh, crud! Gaga! I just turn into a baby sometimes when I get spotted in Metal Gear Solid. I just start goo-goo gagaing. Snake! Snake! The alert sound will spook the toughest of men. My problem was more that I was, assuming that he was at a part of his routine that he wasn't. He was gonna walk over close to me. I thought he was gonna walk away from me, so I started moving Snake out of cover too early. And all the while I was doing it, I watched what was happening on the screen for 4 frames of... Okay, I think I also just spotted a guard spawning into thin air downstairs underneath me. Not entirely sure what I screwed up there. Once again, I had a Metal Gear Solid 1 melee screw-up moment. I gotta figure this out. I gotta figure out how to snap guys' necks more effectively. I'm screwing something up. The movement and the detection for that move has always been pretty finicky, but I had it down last stream. This stream I lost some of the finesse, it seems. That was some yeah, I'm looking at the Twitch chat. I see a message that says, that was some BS, and then another message that says, I think that was fun. Yeah, I ran up really fast and aggressively to snap this guy's neck, and I feel like for a few frames, I saw Snake clip into his field of view for just a couple frames, but it still successfully input the neck snap and didn't give me the alert that I had to deal with last time with the last guy. What's your least favorite room, and why is it the blast furnace? I think my least favorite room is actually Otacon's offices covered in gun cameras. No, I stand to get corrected. My least favorite room is the tower of guns, the gun tower that's covered in gun turrets. That's not a good room. Yeah, if there's a lot of gun cameras in the room, it's a candidate for least favorite room. Wait, what? Who? Where? How? Oh no! Do they change the guard placements if I enter from the south versus the north? I don't know who that was. There was a guard running around there that I lost track of. Let me take another look at this from up above. I need to give this room another... Okay, we got 3 guards. There's a guard on the left I can't see from the window. But the guy on the right, I have a pretty reliable method for neck snapping. The guy at the top center, I have a somewhat reliable method for neck snapping. The guy in the lower left, who we can't see from the window right here, is the one who I usually get from underneath. And usually I do give him a peek before approaching. That time I didn't. I went way faster. Let me just try that again, but with more peeking. Why does everyone hate Blast Furnace so much? Also, look at how good the lighting on this guard looks and how there's a, like, key lighting effect going on. His outline is shimmering, his interior is dark. Now he's standing fully in the light, but there was some very, very good direction of lighting going on when he's at that part of his route when viewed from the camera program by the boxes down there. So this guard must have spotted me when... Yeah, a peek would have prevented that. When he was turning around briefly, he has me in his line of sight for a few frames on his approach towards the stairs. Come on! I am just getting way too confident, I think. Figuring out such, effective stealth routes is also good fun. But I really need to slow down... Not think like a determinist. The outcome of my run through here has not already been preordained. I need to take peeks and slow down every now and then. No ration that time, huh? Still no ration. I'm extra scared of this guy now. He wasn't as much of a problem the last couple times. Now he's scary. Come on, give me a ration. No way. Still no ration. I just killed 3 men for nothing. I don't think I have anything to gain from this. Okay, no, it's B1. I forgot which B is which. That was my deal. Oh, wait, no. There's living guards. That means opportunities for rations. George, is this New Game Plus? Yes, I think so. I'm pretty sure that was alternate guard placements in the armory area, and that, messed me up for a while. Where is he? It's behind me. I think I'll just wait for him to go to the urinal. Alright, why are we talking about Nier remakes? I don't remember particularly enjoying Nier and really feeling like I was broken for not getting that one. Jonathan Joestar brought up near. Do you have the infinite ammo bandana? No, I do not. I don't know how badly I'd want it either. No rations still. What is going on here? Is there some kind of anti-ration farming detection system at play? Oh, wait a second. I think... I'm not going to go back to the tank and check, because I'm going to be potentially backtracking past the tank later on anyway, but didn't someone say that there might be a ration back at the destroyed M1A1 tank that Vulcan Raven was driving? I don't think it should be there on extreme mode, but I'll end up backtracking a similar route anyway after getting captured by Sniper Wolf, so I'll check then. I believe it's box A that has the pea smell. Yeah. Rations are a lie. I don't think the mines are gonna be here. Nope, they clear the mines out while you're gone. It's like they're preparing the area for you. Okay, do I have any rations? No, I can probably take 2 hits. It's not good. But as I recall from last time, the superior method here is to slice the pie by... well, no, picking a corner and sticking to it when she's not aiming into it, and then waiting for her to intersect across your pie slice. Alright, so maybe, is this going to be workable, or is my right arm popping up from out from cover here and I can't tell? Am I not able to shoot past the wall either? It looks like I'm having a collision detection issue. Yeah, something was fucky about that particular pie slice. Let me pick a wider slice. Oh, and like the D-pad movement is faster or something, as I recall. No, it's slower. Okay. D-pad movement is slower. Analog stick movement's faster. And once she appears, let me start popping the diazepam and switch into D-pad. I don't think headshots do any more damage to her than normal shots. Come on. There we go. Okay, diazepam and D-pad. Yeah, there we go. That did a lot of damage to her. That was like 1/3 of her health bar. So the sniper rifle boss battle makes so much more sense after watching my non-gamer friend play it. I always had a weird time trying to decipher what kind of tactics or strategy I was supposed to use for her there, because it's such a weird... I was using the D-pad, not the analog stick. It's a very weird arena for a sniper duel. It's just a straight long tunnel with barely any cover at all. The controls from the PS1 era are also pretty strange with this business, how the D-pad is your more finer sensitive analog aiming instrument than the analog stick is. That's definitely not modern. But the whole picking a pie slice and sticking to it strategy is something that me, with my gamer sensibilities, wasn't considering very strongly because I want to go fast and aggressive and show off how skilled I am. And yet it makes perfect sense in the context of the fight they've presented, and also looks a hell of a lot cleaner on the eyeballs than constantly struggling for visibility by equipping and unequipping the sniper rifle over and over again. It's just that waiting for her is weird. This doesn't feel a lot. This feels like a more closer to the way this boss fight is intended to play, but it still feels weird that patience really ultimately actually is such an overpowered strategy against her here. That you just sit and wait for her to appear. There's nothing you can do as a player to make it faster. And fighting that temptation of thinking that there is some button you can press somewhere, there is some kind of feedback loop available to you some way, is what kept me from playing that boss battle a better way after seeing a non-gamer play it. Yeah, 0 damage taken, nice. That is the way you're meant to do it, isn't it? You pick a little sliver of a pie slice where you have good cover on your left and right shoulder, and she will have to cross over your line of sight eventually. It makes a lot of sense. Brrp, brrp, brrp. Oh, that's right. They wanted me to save because I got to do the torture minigame. Oh boy. I think it's the action button. It might be the punch button. I gotta remember which button I need to start mashing as soon as the cutscene finishes. Best strategy is to take your time, yeah. Yeah. Sniper boss battles in Metal Gear Solid games are remarkably different. In all 3 occasions, the Sniper Wolf battle is doing the same rewarding of patience that the end battle does, but it is conveying the concept much less elegantly. Is there an actual bad boss fight in this game? I don't remember. Cyborg Ninja. I mean, whether it's an objectively bad boss battle might be a less interesting question than least favorite, but yeah, I never like the Cyborg Ninja fight. So you're going with the Meryl ending? Yeah, I'm gonna try.
I've left my mark on you. I won't forget it. Until I kill you. You're all I think about.
Take him away.
Huh. He seemed like he was moving very, very quickly down the sniper hallway, and that the field of view just made it look slower.
Yes, he's my target. Mine. He's tougher than I thought.
There definitely is a resemblance, don't you think, little brother? Or should I say, big brother? Yeah, I'm not sure. Anyway, it doesn't matter. You and I are both the last surviving sons of Big Boss. It's me. Really? Then what? Oof, those idiots! All right, Raven. I'll be right there. They're not responding to our demands. We launched the first one in 10 hours as planned.
Damn Americans.
Looks like you read them wrong.
Something's funny.
Normally the Americans are the first ones to the negotiating
The walls are breathing.
table. Think they've got something up their sleeve.
Did you guys notice the wobbling in the background?
We're going to launch that nuke and ride it all the way into
I'm
history.
going to refill my water during this. No, I'm not. I remember what happened last time I walked out during this cutscene.
I'm not interested.
They tease you. They tease you into thinking it's a real long cutscene, but you gotta mash buttons for 40 seconds of the 10-minute span.
Ocelot, don't screw up like you did with the chief.
Yes, I know. That was an accident. I didn't think a pencil pusher like him would be so tough.
Well, his mental defenses were reinforced by hypnotherapy.
Boss, what about that ninja?
He's killed 12 men. Whoever he is, he's some kind of lunatic.
Bastard took my hand. How could he have gotten in here?
Perhaps there's a spy among us. Mantis is dead.
In Metal Gear Solid 3, when Volgin says, "Someone's a spy here," the camera, like, flashes between every other character in the room because everyone except Volgin is a spy in the room there. This might be a similar attempt at a joke going on that might have felt a little flat at the time.
Your woman is still in this world.
Meryl.
Catch you later, handsome.
Once she picks a target, she doesn't think about anything else. Sometimes she even falls in love with them before she kills them. Finally, just the two of us. How are you feeling?
Not bad. Caught a nice nap on this revolving bed of yours. Too bad I was sleeping alone.
I'm glad to hear that. This is some bed, all right. I'm about to show you some of its nicer features.
Where are my things?
Oh, don't worry. They're all there. Washington was taking quite a chance sending you here. Someone must have had a lot of faith in your skill, huh, carrier boy?
So, Metal Gear's armed with a new type of nuclear warhead, huh?
Why don't you go ask Campbell for the full story?
The Colonel.
Too bad I was sleeping alone. Everyone in this room has deep psychosexual issues. Yeah, maybe that should be my Metal Gear Solid Con panel talk. Deep psychosexual issues in Metal Gear Solid.
Is Meryl okay?
She's not dead yet. Wolf must have been feeling generous, but if you want her to stay that way, you better start answering my questions right now. You were holding one card key. Where are the other two? What's the trick behind that key?
Trick?
That weasel of a president said there's some kind of trick to using the key.
Hell if I know.
I see.
My automod censored babies.
We're going to play a game, Snake. And we'll find out what kind of man you really are. When the pain becomes too great to bear, just give up and your suffering will end. What if you do?
Wait, are we...
Girl's life is
Did the
mine.
game freeze or something?
Press the circle button repeatedly to regain your strength.
Oh no, we're back.
When
Okay.
you've had enough, press the select button to submit. When your life reaches 0, the game is over. There are no continues, my friend. Don't even think about using auto fire, or I'll know.
The action button.
Snake, it's been a
Alright,
long
now is the
time
action
since
button
we've
the
seen
punch
you.
button? I think it's the punch button in this game.
If your
That
body
counts as
can't
an action,
survive the
right?
torture, it'll be game over. You really
I
wanna
don't think
travel down that
triangle...
long road?
Yeah, triangle's the first person button, so it's the punch button.
Why don't you just give up?
You got the eyeball button, the
I'm
punch
going to
button, the
run a
murder
high
button, and
voltage
the
electric
crouch
current
button.
through your body. If it's just for a short time, it won't kill you.
Okay, I can do this. I just need to get to Mei Ling's save point.
You're a tough guy, Snake. But I've got some bad news for you. You're no POW. You're a hostage. There's no Geneva Convention. No one is coming to save you. Starting to feel a little scared. Good. You should be. Okay. Let's get started.
I think I'll be fine. I'm more worried about the follow-ups than the first one.
Okay, here we go.
Easy peasy.
Like that.
He wiggling.
Shall we go again?
Yeah, could you see me wiggling? Was I wiggling down there?
Had enough
Okay.
yet? We're not finished yet.
Come on. Alright. Okay.
You're a strong man. Well,
He actually
that's
does
enough
something
for
if
now.
you use auto-fire spirit buffling. Yeah, he does do something.
You're the boss's brother, all right.
Do I have a
Your
spoon
brother,
around
he's
here?
an amazing man.
I have a
Who else
fork.
could shoot down two F-16s with a Hind helicopter? The Les Enfants Terribles project was not a total failure. He is the one man who could make my dream into a reality.
Whew. Ooh. Oh. It was a good yawn. Alright.
Looks like I got a roommate.
Gonna be doing something a little different about the next torture segment coming up. I'm actually not gonna be employing the fork trick. Oh yeah. So this time I actually will go out and refill my water. Wait, no I'm not. I'm gonna call Mailing. Can I codec? Can't codec right now.
Shut up in there, will ya? Shut up! Shut up!
Okay, here we go. Mailing.
Snake, are you okay? I feel so scared for you. It must be horrible.
I've been through a lot worse. Believe me.
Wow, you really are a hero. It's a good thing the codec is connected directly to your inner ear. You can contact us anytime.
So did they have to like install that surgically? Did they have to cut open his ear and put it inside and heal the flesh back up around it? How does that work? Are we okay? Did we lock up? Oh no. I heard the audio make a weird cut for a second. And now they're just looking at each other. I overwrote a save. I pressed the yes button when it asked me if I'm sure. And then the music made a weird jump. And then it faded back to this. So I'm hoping that means that it saved the game. I guess they had to. Let's restart and see what happens with when I bring up the main menu again. Yeah, Medi Room C, there we are. Okay, we're back. But are we back, actually? Because what I'm really gonna do is launch the VR missions executable here and bring us into a new interesting way to play weird old Metal Gear games after I refill my water and pee and come right back. I'll just bring up the kick-ass menu music a bit for while I'm gonna take a quick break. I'll be right back. gosh. I didn't know there would be so many explosions. What did I miss? I'm gone for like 3 minutes, and I come back and the whole world is getting blown up, and sexy Asian ladies are having their pictures taken. There's a lot of stuff going on here I don't remember. Anyways, Metal Gear Solid 1 has very good in-game content. You might have recalled me playing the first level of the VR missions sneaking mode last night, and hang on a second, let's dun 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 dun. Oh, you gotta do that in 5 seconds to get first place? Really? I thought I was up against a 20-second par here. But anyways, oh no, we're getting too far ahead of us. I wanted to do something a little interesting and different from the usual, and go into my computer's folders. I mean, dig out my boxes of old video game consoles, and oh god, what is even on the screen right now? Yeah, here we go. All right. Okay. So now we're playing Metal Gear Solid at the same time as us playing Metal Gear Solid. And not just any Metal Gear Solid, but VR mode. Level 1. Time attack mode. Oh wait, no, I accidentally I didn't mean to press this one. Oh god. Okay, so my controls are being input into both games at the same time. Oh boy. Oh boy. This is cuz what I wanted to do to see if this would be possible is slide Ghost Babby over here into the right, and then good old MGS1 Metal Gear Metal Babby will be over here to the left, and if I can create an elegant confluence of these two, we can have some kind of side-by-side comparison going on here. Unfortunately, it looks like I can't control... Oh boy, this could get pretty interesting. I can't control them separately. I can only control both games at the same time. Okay. Okay. So on the Game Boy emulator, let me go to input, allow joystick background input. That's what I want to disable, right? Yeah, good. Okay. We're going to exit Ninja VR mission special mode. No, we want sneaking mode, no weapon, time attack, level 1, and then pause. As soon as I spawn in, we're gonna pause. We're gonna pause that one. Okay, now I'm having to control both of them at the same time. Time attack, right? Okay, I can only do practice in the Game Boy one, but now I actually have to cancel out of a options menu I just clicked myself into in Metal Gear Solid 1 in the background because I'm controlling both of these games at the same time. Okay, cancel, practice, level 1, cancel. Exit, Level 1. Okay. Come on, come on. I got this. I got this. Oh no, he's coming. Shit. Wait, okay, we can merge the two of them by getting. Look at this! Oh my god! Are you guys seeing this shit? Their route is even... Okay, they're not exactly the same, but they're close enough. Alright, let's get it synced up. Let's get it synced up. Also, I gotta slide this window up and see what the Twitch chat reactions are doing here. Okay. Come on, come on. Let's get us synced up. Oh, crap, crap. Yeah, there we go, there we go. This is Fizzant. We have peaked as a species if you pull this off, George. This man has hacked the mainframe. This is insane. Show this to Apache Smith. Oh god, what have I stumbled into here? Okay, the time attack. I need to turn off time attack on the 3D game. Someone show Kojima this, yeah. Ba-da-bum bum 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 bum. I can't get them perfectly synced because of this extra objective text. But I can get them awfully close. Oh, yes! Oh crap. Are we... Oh, it is different. Look at that. Okay, so the first level is the same. The second level has some slight differences in the L shapes going on of the obstacles. Are our guards different? Hang on, I need to shove them both in a corner and maybe I can get it. The thing is, I can't actually squeeze them both on my screen at the same time. So I'm gonna slide the Metal Gear Solid window off to the left on my end so that I'm only looking at the radar. Oh, I see that it's also out of whack for you guys as well, so I need to get a little careful with the window sizing there. There we go. Okay. This is it. This is gaming. I can't believe how close they are. They really are that close. I wasn't kidding last night when I said that it's the same picture. It's the same picture! Fuck yeah! Take advantage of byways and head for the goal. Clear low ceilings by crawling through. What should I name the YouTube upload of this stream? This has got to get some kind of special stream. Playing 2 Metal Gear games at the same time. Oh, the crawling definitely changes things up. How different are the crawl spaces? How can I get my 2 snakes matched up now? Oh, we're way out of sync, aren't we? Well, I had a good... Okay, the crawl space is different. But does it count before it's done on real hardware? Damn. I think the crawl space is gonna mess me up. This one is a lot easier on Game Boy than on PlayStation. Oh god, I can't. One snake moves forward, the other one moves back. Okay, we can. There we go. Now we've corrected this. It's like sailing into the wind, yeah. Trying to get the music synced up for this one. I'm cheating. It's close. Close enough. Even the menus are like, God, I can't believe how close they got it. Oh. Different starting points, similar but different layout. Okay, there we go. Now we're synced up. Guards are not synced up, though. No more sneaking mode. I want to see how close the level designs are for the other modes. Okay, let me go to the PlayStation game and set it to weapon mode. Oh boy, this is gonna be a clusterfuck. Holy cow. Weapon mode. One to one. they're the same picture. So this is a, like, gangplank cross platform surrounded by targets. Slightly different design, but same concept. Can't get over how these missions are one-to-one exactly for some of these. The first couple levels, it seems like they want to strike it very, very close to the PlayStation 1 games, and then they get a little different. So this is a smiley face, a really creepy looking smiley face. We got 6 targets. The target placement's different. Let's get our snakes synced up. Is the Game Boy Color game just VR missions, or is it also one-to-one with the story mode? It's just VR missions. Or no, I mean, it's a different story mode, completely different story mode. And only the first few VR missions are one-to-one. We're seeing the further down the list you go, the bigger the differences start to make themselves apparent. Oh yeah, we're way different. Totally different concept. Totally different level design. Oh, they explode now. So what else is there? Because I believe that advanced mode is the good stuff. These missions were actually the fun ones. I think they get so advanced, though, that expecting parity with the Game Boy version is beyond us. Also, it's just straight up locked at the moment. So we can't play that anyway. But But what is this going on here with special mode in the PlayStation game? This sounds kind of interesting. 1 minute battle versus 12 battle. Then there's mystery, and then puzzle, and variety, and VR mission. I thought that's what we were already playing. What a bunch of intriguing options here. But honestly, how in the world could I compete with the mystery option? I mean, it could be anything. It's a book. That's what the mystery is. It's a book that is just called Mystery with a giant question mark on the cover. Broken camera. Catch and escort the criminal to the goal. The soldier who banged into the camera is the criminal. Catch and escort the criminal to the goal. The soldier who banged into the camera is the criminal. Oh, it's more Metal Gear 2 music. So I have to pick the guard whose head is sized up to the camera, or what? The guard who knocked into the camera is the guilty one. So it's a height thing. How many grid units tall is the camera? 1, 2, 2.5, 2.6. We got you on the left, you're under 2. You in the middle are also under 2. You on the right are like hovering around 3. I think it's the guy on the right. Ha 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 ha! Yeah! That's awesome. How do we play it on the Game Boy, though? Also, why is, why was there a dead guard? Anyways, I would love to unlock whatever the equivalent is for that on the Game Boy mode, but that's not gonna happen at this very moment in time. It could happen very quickly though if we beat enough VR missions to unlock it. So, at what percentage does advanced mode get unlocked? Ghost Babel VR advanced mode. I mean, it shouldn't take long, right? Right? Does anyone in the chat know how to open advanced mode? Who knew MGS was also detective? Snake, there's a large man. We think he fucked something up. You must go kill him. Okay, I would like to play a VR mission on the Game Boy version, but since the controls are linked together, we're gonna have to get a little fancy with it. So, we can't do special mode. What else does the Game Boy have? Sneaking mode, weapon mode, and advanced mode. Sneaking mode is the one where I think there was the most elegance going on between, I would just love to know the fastest way to unlock advanced mode in the Game Boy game. Sneaking mode, advanced mode. Pressing a... I can't pick the 5-7 either. It's locked, so pressing buttons in the menus will sometimes lock you out of things in inelegant ways. I've got 4 levels beaten in the PlayStation game. I think 7 in the Game Boy game. Okay, well we're gonna close the PlayStation game real quick and bring the Game Boy game back to its proper glory in the center of the game as the current item of focus for VR mission clearing in-game content stuff right now. It feels seamless though. I might as well be playing the PlayStation game. It looks exactly the same. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, boom, boom. Ah! Oh, I forgot. Completely forgot. No, I was right there. Oh, I could press the shoot button to skip that. Neat. I'm going too fast. Not enough patience. Ah! How fast are these things? How much of a window do I have? That was really fast. That seemed like it turned on as soon as I crossed over. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. I'm gonna try as hard as I can to move to the rhythm of the music, but that might not be a very smart thing to do if I actually want to win the video game. They ought to remake Metal Gear 1 and 2 with Ghost Babel graphics. Honestly, like, that would probably be the most gratifying way to respond to all the fan requests for Metal Gear remakes. Like, okay, fine, you want us to remake every single game that's ever been made ever? Fine, we'll remake it as an 8-bit Game Boy. We'll remake it as a black and white Game Boy 1 game. There you go, fine. Enjoy Counter-Strike for the Game Boy. I think this game looks amazing, though. It's like, damn, I'm looking at a modern indie game. The background is what gets me in particular. The background and the shading on these walls. The way that the art is simulating a feeling of depth here is really, really getting to me. Remake Metal Gear 1 for the Playdate. Remake Metal Gear Solid 5 for the Game Boy. Although, what is it? It's Metal Gear Mobile. There's a Metal Gear Mobile that apparently is supposed to be pretty decent, and I'd like to emulate that one and play through it too. It would be fun to just play another, even if the story, it's not like the story's gonna matter or anything, it'll just be a fun little level pack. Ice Cream V, you just said fuck, I would love to see what bullshit they do for a Metal Gear Solid 2 D-make. Boy oh boy, do I have 2 good games for you, because there are at least 2 of those. I am playing one of those 2. There have been 2 official Konami-made, Kojima-made, well not Kojima-made, but one of them is not, there are at least 2 games that are already Metal Gear Solid 2D D-makes. And they are very wacky, and you would love seeing what bullshit they do to the games to demake them into 2D. I want to see how they handle quiet. It is so interesting how, tell the enemy all the way to the goal. How they did translate some of the 3D concepts over to 2D. Getting some extended horizontal visibility happens when you press against the wall and hold a button down. We're simulating a 3D feature here. The way that they do Stinger missiles for the helicopter battle in Metal Gear 2 is also interesting, where you're essentially controlling a character in a little mini window that represents the vertical axis. Yeah, representing verticality or diagonal movement in 2D in these games is always super interesting. I think they want me to punch this guard in the back as I go through. I think they want me to punch multiple guards in multiple backs as I go through. Uh-oh. That was easy. So if a level's giving you guys a hard time, just start punching guards in the back of the head. Ooh, this looks interesting. Oh my gosh. For a while, I thought that the integer scaling was fucked up and making the guards' pings on the radars too big, but no, there really were trains of 3 guards at a time moving in sync to one another. It is such a shame that MGS3 and 4 do not have something like this, where they get absolutely playful with the level design and enemy placements. Falling in means the termination of your training. Okay. I guess that's the green they're talking about. Now I'm having to keep track of both my left and right at the same time. Oh. Damn, they even gave Snake's butt cheeks depth on the GBC. That actually, the amount of Snake butt cheek depth that you are seeing is actually augmented by the filter I have turned on. That's adding a little bit of a half pixel of a step to some of the 90-degree staircasing going on. George, who would win in a fight, Huey or a kiddie pool? Oh yeah, these two guards are doing Tengu stuff. In Arsenal Gear and Metal Gear Solid 2, the guards will be like spinning around and strafing. They're very hard to sneak up on. Oops, I walked into the camera. Now imagine playing this on a long car ride relying on the sun to see what you're doing. Okay, I actually really like the idea of playing this on a long car ride. The VR mission format also seems beautifully suited for portable playstyle. I also wanted to say that, like, portable gaming is great, you guys. I'm playing through Final Fantasy Tactics for the first time on a portable emulator machine, and that means that I can walk my dog down the street while inputting a turn in Final Fantasy Tactics or Advance Wars. Yeah, Final Fantasy Tactics is great. The game is, actually a little too complex for, too complicated and complex for what I want out of my ideal portable games right now, which is a game simple enough for me to listen to lectures and audiobooks while being able to play at the same time. Oh no. Oh dear. Oh my god. I hate this. But yeah, Advance Wars is a game that is too complicated to play with lectures going on, but not too complicated to keep me from playing it while walking at the same time. I can play and listen. I can't play and listen. I can play and talk. Final Fantasy Tactics is better than Final Fantasy VII, but we'll get into that later. Am I taking the right route or the wrong route? I took the right route accidentally the first time. Okay, I will absolutely accept that. Let's never look at conveyor belts again. I wonder if there was even a wrong route that I could have possibly taken. This training exercise is all-inclusive. I'm wondering if this is a level design philosophy for the campaign versus the VR trainings. You'll notice in Metal Gear Solid games they top-load a lot of difficulty and throw you into the deep end in a way that is not very conventional game design of introducing one element at a time in a safe environment until you're feel comfortable enough to be able to approach multiple obstacles. But maybe what we are seeing here is that perhaps there's some kind of internal Metal Gear Solid design philosophy where they want this so-called more inclusive level designs going on earlier on in the game's campaign. I've noticed that kind of design lends itself very well for future-proofing in multiple playthroughs. starting a Metal Gear game for the first time, or starting a new run of a Metal Gear game that you've already played before is a pretty good first couple hours, because some of the most highly difficult, interesting stealth challenges will be in the very beginning of the games. All them Chinese portable emulator boxes are so cool. Yeah, that's what I got. I got a PAL Kitty RGB Max 2, and this thing's amazing. Everyone's talking about how great their $1,000 Steam Deck is, but I got a $150 Chinese portable emulation box that plays Final Fantasy Tactics during dog walks with anti-aliasing filters turned on that look better than the Eagle and Psy filters, but still smooth out the pixel art to make it look slightly closer to a CRT, and also the parts that those things are made out of are actual Switch parts. The hardware is like when you close your eyes and think cheap Chinese rip-off emulation machine, you're thinking something with a shoddy build quality, but like that's not the case anymore. This is the PAL Kitty RGB Max 2 has no thoughts whatsoever put into unnecessary vanities like marketing and branding, but the build quality of the machine is great. The amount of games that it can play is communist. There's like the thing came with like 2,000 games from all the major consoles, like right off the bat, straight off the assembly line. It was hilarious. Yeah, go buy a Chinese portable emulation machine, and then go on Reddit and search not very hard for 3 clicks to download a giant ROM pop pack of a retro console you never got around to playing as a kid. And you will end up spending the next 2 years minimum of your life learning very important media history lessons for Borderline Free. PAL Kitty makes emulation devices now? I bought some Bluetooth headphones. Yeah, and apparently they're pretty good ones. I will say it again for the 3rd time. PAL Kitty RGB10 Max 2, that's the one. Super high quality emulation machine at a super duper cheap price. It goes up to PSP games. You can play Dreamcast games on it. You can't play PS2 games. You can play PS1 games, but you can play PSP games. You can't play PS2 or GameCube or Xbox games. But up to that point, I also played Crazy Taxi on that thing throughout the pandemic. Most of the pandemic was me listening to an audiobook or a lecture course while playing Tetris or Crazy Taxi on the PAL Kitty RGB Max 10 portable emulation gaming device product. I hit a wall at some point in my punching. Bum 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 ba da, dun dun da, da 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 da. Damn. Bum bum bum. Ba da 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 dum. I like how the guard just ran around in a little circle like he was doing some happy tippy dances for spotting me. Tippy taps. Boom. boom, 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 boom. He peeks to his right fast. Maybe the guard hitting the ground makes a noise that they react to? Okay, so now I either have to crawl or box my way to the goal to the south. Or time it. Should I tap on the wall to bring this guy over? It looks like I don't have a real way to get to the goal with this guard guarding it. Let's tap. Come on, come on. Ah! It looks like there's a little nook he walks into sometimes that I might be able to squeeze into with good timing, but it's still behind the noisy floor. I don't have any chaff for the cameras. Okay, I'll use this as my vantage point for keeping an eye on the... For keeping an eye on that guard in particular. But he turns around to take this glance at a really fast interval. That's mostly what my switch is at this point. Wait, is there actually a way these days to turn a switch into an emulation? Into a sailing machine. Yeah, let's explain it that way. Is there a way to get the most out of one's Switch by customizing the software it runs? Ha 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 ha. Yeah, is there a way to do with the Switch what I'm doing with the Pal Kitty RGB Max 2? So I should probably be moving when he's walking, not when he's just turning. Yeah, look at that. Look how quickly he glances right back over his shoulder again. Like he's faking you out. Bum, 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 bum. Oh my gosh, this guy. Wow, he actually turned around, but didn't set an alert. Okay, now I gotta be patient. I gotta be real patient with this guy. I keep screwing up the patience with that guy. He takes so many glances to the south that I cannot screw around anymore. You thought I was gonna move, didn't you? I didn't. I'm not taking your bait this time. Okay, this time I am taking his bait. Oh, I could use a wall tap to bring the guard over who's, posted right on the check mark. Yeah, you know what I'm trying to say, don't you? Yeah. Okay, new plan. I'm gonna use those wall taps. Every child should get a cheap handheld with all of Project Gutenberg, Wikipedia, and the complete libraries of the 8 and 16-bit consoles when they turn 10. Let's also include every Criterion Let's also include every movie ever made in every language. And some TV shows. We'd have to talk. Okay, tap, tap, tap. Yeah, get over here, idiot. But Trig the Discovery posted something that might sound like a joke, but it is actually a unironically very like real possible vision for what a future could actually look like. The technology to do that is not expensive. Every child should, unironically. Let's post this on Twitter. Make this a mantra. Maybe we can actually platform on this. Every child should get a cheap handheld with all of Project Gutenberg and Wikipedia and the complete libraries of 8 and 16-bit consoles when they turn 10. This is... There's nothing unreasonable about that. We're almost on our way there. Every kid has a cheap tablet or a Chromebook or something, right? Oh, I think I accidentally pressed the wrong button. I don't want to retry, man. Submenu, exit. Okay, so red is my selection, gray is my... Okay, red is my selection. My muscle memory got screwed up for a bit because I... Wait, I'm done. That's why I retried it, because I did all of sneaking mode. That was the whole thing! That was all of sneaking mode? Okay, do I have advanced mode? No. Ah! Alright, I guess I can sneak with a gun now. Oh, good. This'll be so different. I can sneak. Now I'm sneaking with a gun. Can I move and shoot at the same time? Nah. No, we're empty. I guess the bullets don't go all the way. Yeah, let's actually retry this a few times. I want to test a few things out. So there's a grid on the ground, so I'll know that I'm not missing if I shoot a bullet down the grid line into the guard's placement. Which I'm going to confirm. Okay, I see that. I got crosshairs on him. I see the line of the grid. No. Yeah. Okay, so you can... Wow, that was a weird noise. You can hit them while they're just barely off camera. It looks like the range of your bullet extends just off camera, but not further. Oh, do they want me to neutralize the soldiers? Do I have to do the killing even if I don't enjoy it? Remember, kids, if you can't see an enemy but do see a yellow dot on your radar, just shoot in the direction of the yellow dot and that'll probably get them. This diagonal shooting is messing me up a bit, but look at how much less interesting this is than sneaking mode with no weapon. I'm not even going to have to use the crawl spaces at all. I don't have to visualize a view cone coming out of the guards. I just have to visualize lines, straight lines in a grid. Okay, well, we're only going to do one more sneaking mode with the gun, and then I'm going to change back to some kind of other mode instead. Auto re-release Ghost Babel without the radar. You know, don't make me. I'm thinking it would be pretty easy for me to just stick a post-it note on the screen and cover it up and see how different the game plays as a result, to see how truly necessary the radar is or isn't after all. You can play without the radar. How do you do that? Let's see, I'm gonna go out and go back to the menu and dick around and see how I can play with that. Do it, George. Yeah, let's do it. Let's play it in options. Option. Yeah! Radar on, map off or off. Let's go all off. The fact that there's a versus battle mode is the weirdest thing. What in the world is that going to look like? What does the continue button do if you're at the end of the game? Oh, that's what it does. Wait, I wanted the sub menu. Codec, item, weapon, cancel. Can I, like, call Mei Ling to go back to the main menu? I hadn't realized there was so much going on that some... I should soft reset. That's start and select an A and B. There we go. That's how I'm going to get back to the main menu. Without a lot of options for buttons on the controller, getting back to the main menu is something that they're getting real creative about doing. Okay, so we're going to go to option, set radar to off, start a new game. Very hard. Oh, yeah. I wonder what the super duper difficult, non-lethal, no radar Ghost Babel plays like. Although, really, I should be working on the endgame content. I want to see this VR stuff, and the special missions look fun, too. But yeah, like, how is it that starting at Metal Gear Solid 3, this focus on in-game content goes away? They remove body armor for hard and very hard. Okay. I'm already feeling the squeeze. I am already feeling a sense of nervousness that isn't there when you have the radar on. Also, I don't think my punches are killing this guard. That'll be interesting. So if someone on the Twitch chat knows better and can tell me, what's non-lethal or lethal melee move? Does it exist? No lethal silent melee moves at all. Okay. Ah, that was fast. This mode is for pacifists only. Well, what happens when you pick up a gun? I'm gonna count out the seconds. 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi, 4 Mississippi, 5 Mississippi. 5 seconds. You just get 5 seconds to work with. Uh-oh. Damn, that 5 seconds is tough. Is this gonna be hidden enough to... nope. Let's restart. I actually wanted to restart. Just give me a punch. Yeah, there we go. Is this the special missions with number 4, or is the campaign on hard? Campaign's on hard. I'm curious to see how it plays without the radar. And so far, it doesn't actually seem to play very fundamentally different. The radar might actually be less of a crutch in the 2D games versus the 3D games. The problem with the MSX games was that the background wasn't scrolling. There was a good chance when walking into a new area that you would walk right into a guard's sightline that you could not have any possible way of seeing beforehand. But with this scrolling stuff going on, it seems a little more possible to take a peek and retreat sort of rhythm to your movements. Especially with this long distance peek you get when pressing into walls. God damn, that 5-second window is insane. Five seconds of unconsciousness is rough. That is not a lot to work with, so we're working with a more faster paced game than what I'm used to, but it looks like the fundamentals are not at all fundamentally different from what I'm used to. No rations either. Why do I feel like there would be a ration in one of those trucks? I'm all immersed and I'm tempted to press the shoot button, but trying to remember not to. Also, I'm tempted to be looking for supplies around here, but I think I remember that being a pretty bad idea as well. Peace Walker is the worst Metal Gear Solid game because the name of the character is Snake. Because he crawls on the ground. And in Peace Walker, you can't crawl on the ground like a snake, but they still call him Snake. That's why it's the worst. More guards. There's one extra guard here. I think it's insanely cool that they're doing a more detailed hard mode on the Game Boy Color game as well. They're not just increasing enemy health. Rank terrible! I was found one time. I got through there in 7 minutes. I got the only item I remember, which was the gun. But in any case, we now know how it plays without a radar, and it plays pretty good. That was clean. That looked pretty clean, right? Snake, we have new intelligence. Bad news? How did you know? So I'm going to save the game here and then go back to VR missions. What I'm really most curious to be checking out is what advanced mode looks like on this game, though it does sound by all the spoilers I've heard that the special missions are nothing to ignore either. But there is so much endgame content going on here, and a lot of it is looking pretty good and pretty interesting endgame content. And Metal Gear Solid 1 has a whole extra disc of re-released endgame content. Metal Gear Solid 2 the same. But with 3, they decided not to. With 3, we have the online mode, yeah. So it's not necessarily that they just straight out neglected the tradition of working on the endgame content so much as they took it in a different direction that has ultimately not survived the 30-year time gap since launch. 20-year. That game's not around anymore. You can't play it. It's an online game. It's gone. It's dead. Forget about it. Forget about Metal Gear Online. So Metal Gear Solid 3 doesn't have an equivalent to the VR mission stuff going on. And I hope I've explained just how important that is, because it is fun. I'm going to switch back to Metal Gear Solid original, traditional, 3D, PlayStation flavor, and play some VR missions from this one. You can hop back and forth between these two games, and they're like you don't even notice you're changing games. They're the same game. Okay, so special mode had the mystery where I solved a murder mystery. Advanced mode is maybe it's not what I'm thinking it is after all. Advanced mode. What are these? Eliminate all enemy soldiers and head for the goal. I thought that's what weapon mode was. Oh no, weapon. I thought that's what sneaking mode with a gun was. Boop. Another thing about in-game content is how much of it was tied to the re-releases. We don't really re-release games with extra content which aren't called Kingdom Hearts anymore. No, you have DLC, expansion pack, content updates. Oh, it's a half-high wall. This Ghost Babel remake looks amazing. Yeah, we weren't playing a Metal Gear Solid D-make. We were playing Ghost Babel, and now we're not playing Metal Gear Solid, we're playing a Ghost Babel remake. Okay, so the bright floor makes noise, the dark floor is silent. I'm curious, George, have you dipped into Elden Ring? Yes, I have, and I didn't get it. It just kind of felt like I was playing Dark Souls again. I feel like I also got depressed about gaming because Elden Ring wasn't jazzing me. I think I need to kill both these guards silently. I think I need to SOCOM one and then melee the other. I gotta SOCOM one and then melee the next one to save ammo. And, not make too much noise. Meleeing them both I don't think will work, although I'm gonna try it. I am gonna try to flip one of these guards into the other, okay, when I die and retry this segment again. I'm gonna try flipping one of these guards over into the other guard and dominoing them into a funny pile of unconscious meleeed guards so that I can minimize the amount of killing I'm doing, because I don't enjoy the killing. So let me unequip my gun, get down on the ground, crouch by the wall, flip a guard. Oh, no, he doesn't flip. There they go. Yeah, something like that is what I was visualizing, but the way they were placed isn't quite generous enough to give me that opportunity. Also, it looks like I have to kill them anyway, so even though I... even though I don't enjoy the killing, I can still quite enjoy screwing around with them. Also, throw grenades over underhand. Oh, we're talking about MGS4 moves, yeah. Alright, let's do this like a normal video gamer. I said before rushing into the situation with no thought for the controls that I was using on my fingers. Is there a way to do that faster and more elegant? Let's try that one more time. This is a fun one. Ah, almost.
Where'd he go?
Maybe shoot them without moving? Maybe. I'm having fun fucking around with them regardless, though. You're not time, but I think these were designed for practice before time trials. Well, what unlocks the good stuff? I want to unlock advanced mode on Ghost Babel, and everything else I can think about later. But yeah, I see. If I walk one footstep, it will mess up the guard's movement to have them looking at me when their movement route by default has them very surprisingly elegantly dancing around me. Look at this. Oh no! Okay, so guard on the right. I'll shoot guard on the right first. I thought that they were timed up, that they were scripted to, like, look away from me at the same time in some cute, funny, video game dance. It's okay to kill soldiers in VR because it isn't real life. Okay, if you say so. No! Come on! It's like he heard the clicking that happens when you change directions here. You hear that click? Click. 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 No, man. Oh, he heard him hit the ground. That's what he's hearing. Okay, when a guard hits the ground, it makes a loud noise that other guards can hear. So I have to start shooting the left guard before the guard on the right hits the ground. Or... there we go. I could solve the problem that way. Dun 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 dun! Come on, I gotta... Okay, what was that? Level 2? I want to record that time attack, but it looks way cooler and feels way cooler to play it like John Wick instead of unnecessarily advantaged video game guy. Oh, they subtract seconds for extra bullets getting utilized? Okay, so they want you to do it with melee, really. Are those seconds? 5 seconds? 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3. Yeah, I could visualize it. 5 seconds. I could. 5 seconds, melee only. Let's do that. Oh, I hit the next button, not the retry button. 5 seconds, melee only. Let's fucking do this. I got this. I don't got this. I don't got this. I can't visualize what this would look like doing melee only in 5 seconds. I can visualize what it would look like doing melee only in like 45 seconds. I think you gotta charge him head on to get 5 seconds. Or thrifty with the bullets. Man, being thrifty with bullets in Metal Gear Solid 1 is, yeah, impossible to ask. The aiming controls are, like, not allowing that much precision over that small of a time interval. If it was MGS2, it'd be the ball punch. Let's do it, let's do it, let's do it, let's do it, let's do it. Yeah!
Good work. You're as good as they said.
3rd place. Whatever, I'll take it. I worked really, really hard to get to 3rd place, okay? So, that was interesting. I bet what's also interesting is what those equivalent levels looked like on the Game Boy game. We're just gonna be switching back and forth all day with these things. This is great. I can't believe I have to like close and reopen them every time though, because the same controls are gonna input both ways across across both games. But anyways, VR missions, we're 15% done. We're gonna, I think I did all of them. Yeah, practice up to level 15. 5-7 up to level 5. For diversity, Let's shoot things with guns if we're done sneaking. Like, what is the point of... Okay, there are 5 assault rifle ranges in course, but like, what is the point of doing time attacks and being under extra time pressure when you can unlock the same stuff anyway while casually taking all the time in the world with regular mode? Wait, will you do this with Delta? Like, play the Master Collection version and then Delta right after you beat a selection? I mean, I don't even know if I have a machine that can run Delta, but yeah, we'll have to see what system requirements look like, and it might actually be a while. Wait a second, hold on. How shocked and surprised would some of you in this audience be if you find out that, like, I'm probably not gonna play Delta until a year or so after launch? Like all of this stuff I've been saying about being a patient gamer still applies to Delta too, right? I'm in a bind, I'm out of money, I don't have a good gaming computer, I don't wanna... I shouldn't... It's also, of course, still going to follow the same rules of being more janky and glitchy and unoptimized and in an otherwise worse state during its first few weeks of launch. I'm not breaking all of my rules and principles for Delta. But when I do, maybe I should get 2 windows open at the same time of both Metal Gear Solid 3 and Delta, so I can see if it's possible to play both of them simultaneously on the same controller at the same time. Yeah, Metal Gear Solid 3, Delta is going to be an Unreal Engine 5 game on PC. I'm not going to be playing this thing on... I might even need to buy a new graphics card before I play it, but... $10 to a good cause. Thank you, Spill Politiet. I almost said Spill Toilet, but I knew that couldn't be right. Have you played the 3DS version of MGS3? Yeah, I think it's neat. I don't think it's the definitive way to play, but I don't feel bad for anyone who played it through that way the first time through. I think the most unfortunate thing about it is the tiny little analog stick. The little nub that you use to control it with never really feels good in my hands. I also haven't had a lot of practice emulating that one. I've played it on all original hardware, so maybe that's a problem fixable by emulating it with a more traditional controller. However, when you emulate that game, it starts looking real bad. The Metal Gear Solid 3D looks neat when it has the 3D effects happening in front of your face. It has worse graphics than the PlayStation 2 version when it comes to environmental assets, but better when it comes to character assets. And that seems to be consciously utilized for how much more focused your eyes are going to be on characters when they are literally popping out of the screen in front of the background. You don't get that when you emulate it. So you kind of get like a weird graphical mid-grade that's a control upgrade, that's more of a pain in the ass to play, that's ultimately still going to have worse looking cutscenes, which is a big part of playing a Metal Gear game. So let's see if I get any more of those percentage points unlocked by turning the timer on. That was really fast. That was 7 seconds. I shot 37 bullets in 7 seconds, and I still got 3rd place for it. If I made it in 4 seconds, I'd get 1st place. Jesus Christ, how do you get 4 seconds? Did MGS 3DS support the little second analog nub thing? Yeah, in fact, it was borderline required almost. That game's control scheme was a little too complex for the launch 3DS. If I had a 3DS that had the Circle Pad Pro built in, but word on the street always was that some kind of Circle Pad Pro was required to be able to move and look around. Move your feet and your neck at the same time, basically. It's a good thing I don't have to reload because of the way that I have limited visibility in front of these long lines of firing into targets. I just kind of hold the button down and wait until I hear the target destroyed audio. Ammo conservation is impossible in this control scheme. How to play is Metal Gear Solid 3D is just play it somewhere else basically, because it sounds like a headache. What? You play it on a 3DS or a 3DS emulator. Man, everyone's requesting all these Metal Gear remakes when they don't even know that Metal Gear Solid 1 has already been remade. It was the Twin Snakes. Metal Gear Solid 3 has already been remade. It was Metal Gear Solid 3DS. Metal Gear 2 has already been remade. It's Metal Gear Solid. Metal Gear Solid has already been remade twice because half of Metal Gear Solid 2 is a remake, is the S3 plan. MGS1 is a remake of Ground Zero. I don't know. No, it's not, but video games and gamers are stupid. Okay, I did it. I did all 3 minutes of assault rifle courses to get 2 percentage points. So what about the sneaking mode? If I do time attack sneaking mode... Oh, that's why time attack is locked. Yeah, they do want you... Oh, this is fucking nuts. They do want you to play all the way through all the sneaking missions first in practice mode, and then do them in 20 seconds or less under time attack mode. There is replays, repetitions, repeats. Oh, I should have punched him while I had the chance. It's fine, I'm gonna be... It's not fine, I gotta punch him, I gotta go, I'm under time pressure. I wanted to be a pacifist about that, but I'm under time pressure. Yeah, the monkey's paw was Silent Hill 2. Which, like, even then, I don't want to participate in the negativity of, the Silent Hill 2 gamer discourse due to some, choice comments relating to women. Right, so... The Silent Hill 2 remake had a really weird-looking trailer coming out with some stiff-looking gameplay and awkward-looking cutscenes, but the important thing to remember is that awkward-looking cutscenes has been a Silent Hill thing since day zero, and in particular in this case, one of the awkward-looking things going on in this trailer is that, like, one of the women characters looks chubbier and, like, less attractive than she did in the original version, but this is Silent fucking Hill we're talking about. It's a game very much about the main character's weird psychopathic tendencies coming out via subconscious observations about gender and sexuality relationships. It seems like making the number 2 female sidekick, who is there to provide that kind of tension, look like... Right, like James is in a nightmare realm chasing after a manifestation of his wife, who appears as like a sexier, sluttier Christina Aguilera-fied version, but there's also this other woman who's like supposed to represent an opposite sort of layer to his psyche. Right, I was watching a Silent Hill trailer where it seemed like the fans in the comments were not able to, or where they were forgetting some of the very, very basics of how Silent Hill's, pseudo-scientific magic horror rules work. Yeah, no, I mean, that project looks rough, but if you ever see any comments on the internet about how the project looks rough because they made the women less attractive, then go to Twitch and watch a Super Bunny Hop stream instead. Go to YouTube and watch a Iliad by Super Bunny Hop video instead. That's what you should do. Yeah, Token Flip Guy just said, I think people don't really know how to describe something that looks off. Then the reactionaries insert the culture war BS. Yes. Something like looking off or evoking a disgust reaction is the very, very abstract, wishy-washy, easy to make up and lie about, prejudices that get folded into the culture war reactionary bullshit interpretations of this stuff. When really, maybe, since you're in Silent Hill, the women looking a little off might be kind of a point. Like, yeah, of all the games in the world where you could complain about female characters looking weird, it seems like doing that in Silent Hill is like... That sounds like something someone trapped in Silent Hill absolutely would say while meeting whatever punishment they are destined to meet by being in Silent Hill in the first place. Yeah, the Silent Hill 2 remake I have much, much less faith for than the Metal Gear Solid 3 remake, but I still don't want to be participating in the negativity of shitting all over a product that doesn't exist yet because of the kinds of uncomfortable bedfellows I would be rubbing shoulders with, and how knuckleheaded and stupid their media literacy levels are. On the other hand, it will also drive you fucking insane if you immerse yourself in negativity everywhere. Yeah, between the two remake projects, one of them looks less promising than the other. Between the both of them, neither of them ever would have had to happen in the first place and are less likely to have ever happened in the first place. I think that when realizing the level to which you are being pandered to by getting these, some thoughts should be taken into account about how radically undifferent your life would be if you never had them in the first place. No one needs a Silent Hill 2 remake, and no one needs a Metal Gear Solid 3 remake, and barring that, as much of a shame as it would be if they turn out to be bad, no one needs them to be good. No one will live or die, not a single human being on the planet Earth, no matter how hungry the developer's child ever gets from missing out on their Metacritic review bonus. No one is going to be facing life or death stakes over one of these remakes turning out bad. It just seems like some of the most wasteful, petty ways to spend one's mental energy as an adult that I find it a far more attractive gamble to just wait on the thing coming out and express your negativity and disappointment then after it's out. Hey, first place! Bum bum bum. Ba-da-da-da-dum. Okay, so how do you get first place on this one, where the time limit is very, limited by the movement speed of the cameras? Yeah, trick is absolutely to not consume the discourse. You will enjoy games a lot more if you do not follow game developers on Twitter and instead just every now and then read a book by a game developer, watch a presentation by a game developer. Whatever visuals you had in your head about how smart game developers sound, are gonna get broken by participating in their discourse. So how do you get... Yeah, how do you get second place or third place on that one when the trick is to just hold down the up button? Bum bum bum. Ba-da-da-da-dum. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Oh, wow! What a cool level! Oh, gosh. Okay, so I absolutely wish that we lived in a better, more equitable world where it would have been possible for some kind of Metal Gear Solid mod tools to exist. Because, okay, check this out. The guards are moving like a snake, and if you walk on the grates, one of them or two of them might veer off from the chain, so their AI behavior has them like looking like some of those snake monsters from Mario that are made out of segmented little individual sprites that can break off from the main monster and bounce around on their own. This is so cool. It's a creative, clever spin on... It's the kind of stuff that teenage fans would have been coming up with if there was a Metal Gear Solid level editor on the computer, on the internet. We could have been playing levels like this, made by fans, this whole entire 20-year time over and over again. Bum 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 ba-dum. Bum bum bum. Ba-da-ba-da-bum. Bum bum. Ah, crap. This is so fun. I'm gonna be playing more in-game content next Monday on Twitch for Metal Gear Monday. Metal Gear Monday is live. There are gonna be no more normal Mondays. They will all be Metal Gear Mondays from now on. The other days that I'll be streaming on Twitch are going to be either Thursdays or Fridays, or Saturdays, depending on how long my work duties for that week go. But I want to begin my week with Metal Gear, and I want to end my week by Twitch streaming something else. The Metal Gear games, well, ironically, I'm ending my week by Twitch streaming Metal Gear, and ironically, I still have more chores and writing work to do over the weekend, but that's... I'm trying to get my schedule fixed to a place where Metal Gear Mondays and Twitchy Thursdays will be a recurring, regular, scheduled event for the foreseeable future. And I believe it is possible because the Metal Gear games have so much in-game content. The VR missions and the hard difficulty levels add so many days of replay value to these games that I believe I could regularly do Metal Gear Mondays and not get bored for quite a good long while. Even if I get bored or get through the mainline games. There's still the whole galaxy of spin-offs to explore, like the Acid games, and I might end up dusting off Metal Gear Rising again for Metal Gear Monday, one of these Metal Gear Mondays. I think I could spend a whole year or two or more doing Metal Gear Mondays on Twitch. Dun 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 dun. That's all I had to do to beat that. First place. Which days do you stream, George? I will always be streaming on Mondays, and then from here on out, we're gonna do an end of the day stream, an end of the week stream on Thursdays, Fridays, or Saturdays, depending on how good of a week I've had it. That will probably be contingent on Twitter announcements more than a... Oh boy. Well, I think I just picked the wrong one. Yeah, I got lucky. Last time I played this, I got very lucky. Also, the stealth is just not pressing the buttons when the guards are looking at you, and that's it. That's all. So, I got lucky the first time through, and it seems like there's not much of a, complicated challenge going on. The only thing you gotta do is not stick your little feet out of the box when the guards are pointing at you. You're still moving. Yeah, you're navigating the environments more stealthily via conveyor belt with your box than if you had to tiptoe in between guard sight lines with your box. This also seems like another level where first place will be easily within my grasp thanks to how limited your movement options are. Dun dun dun. No! Okay, so I want to take that one, which means I want to go to that one. Oh, wait, yeah, no, I'm fine. I'm actually where I should be. I'm just not going to get first place. Dun 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 dun. Ah, yes, this is the inclusive one. This is making me, like, legitimately mad that they never released a Metal Gear Solid level editor to the public. There's so many good VR missions. There's so many good ideas to explore and places to go and things to do. And we'll just never get to know what any of them look like that the developers at Kojima's office might know. They might have all sorts of fun prototype maps lying around on all sorts of discs piled up in the shelves. They probably had Doom running in one of the Metal Gear engines at some point in the offices. Like, yeah, if they released modding tools for Metal Gear to the public, how long would it take for someone to recreate Doom in the Metal Gear Solid VR missions level editor? Oh, no, don't go. He's tempting me. Yeah, I didn't take that bait. Do 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 do. Do, do, do. Do, do, do. I have a nice generous time limit on this one. More than enough time. 90 seconds! More than enough time to kill anything that moves. Oh no, is he stuck? Wait, can I get him? Yeah, I'm getting him. Yeah. Oh god. I'd love to see modders drop Snake in ripped from the headline scenarios. Yes, Snake takes out Osama bin Laden. If Metal Gear Solid mod kits existed over the course of the decade, we would have had so many Snake assassinates Osama bin Laden, Snake saves the Israeli hostages. Snake would solve all the real world political problems of war that like it would feel so wonderful to have an active modding community scene going on in the world where Snake saves the day and solves whatever political crisis we're dealing with, right? Yeah, I'd love to see modders drop Snake in ripped from the headline scenarios, like hundreds and hundreds of levels. Hundreds and hundreds of levels. We could have had hundreds and hundreds of VR mission style levels. The games have come out on PC. They made PC versions. There are very, very rudimentary fan mods for those PC versions that really only get so far as tweaking the existent content and can't make new content. We have a third-person camera angle for Metal Gear Solid 2 mod. We have a crouch walking mod for Metal Gear Solid 3. We have the kinds of mods that the console gamers in the early 2000s couldn't have even possibly dreamed of, but we will never have the hundreds upon hundreds of levels that it seems like Metal Gear could have had because of all these VR missions that they were able to ship out along the way. And it breaks my heart that Metal Gear Solid 3, there's the potential for hundreds upon hundreds of levels, and the Metal Gear Solid games are only ever really gonna exist in a tight-knit package of a trilogy of 10, 12-hour long campaigns. I wish there was a Cyborg Ninja mod for MGS1. Yeah, actually, this might be more feasible than community level packs. Because there is a Cyborg Ninja playable character in the VR missions. It seems almost more easy for me to imagine a modder being able to have you play as the VR missions ninja mode in the proper campaign, more so than I have a time imagining hundreds upon hundreds of fan-made community VR-style level packs for Metal Gear Solid. What a timeline we could have lived in if that was a thing. In any case, yeah, Metal Gear Mondays, Twitchy Thursdays are the schedule I'm going to be switching to, and I need to start plastering materials related to this schedule over my social profiles now. Thanks guys again for watching, and thanks for helping me crawl out of my Metal Gear hole here. Crawl out of my depression hole and crawl back into the Metal Gear hole.